Hello, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's my desk. There's my scope. Nothing saved. All of my cameras are messed up. Oh my goodness. What the world? Zoom all the way back out. Back to autofocus. Hello.
Hey, ball dropped there and then I went and made a sandwich.
Yes, my computer completely crashed. I was doing too much, I presume. It was getting slower and slower, and I was slower and slower, and then it just stopped. I was like, okay, guess I'll reboot.
Yeah, that's how they do.
My screen's all messed up. Oh, man. Don't tell me that.
Alright, so yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
cool. So,
I started to ask you something before all of this died. And that was that there's this, hold on a minute, let me get this out of my screen.
oh, but look at that. Isn't that interesting? Even though it's in phase, the harmonics are out of phase. That's kind of cool.
See those reflections that you're seeing? Look, now those reflections are the opposite. Look, earlier, before I crashed everything,
No, see, that's all in phase now.
yeah, but hold on, like earlier, the harmonics were of the other peak, of that other pulse. Oh, you know what? You know what? I just seen this. I just seen this pulse.
It's just the way you cut across time, I think. I'm not sure how much we can rely on those harmonics.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They're there, but they just appeared in different places depending on how you divide time. See, there they are, all in the same place. That's when I trust them most.
Because see, I know on those analog scopes, you get a lot of those reflections, and they have to do with other anomalies.
Yeah.
So I don't know how true that might be.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's true, but harmonics. I think that we're looking at legitimate harmonics here, though. And I think I think this is like the actual, in this frequency, when they're both the same,
So,
can't get back to both the same.
so you see how that voltage potential is higher or lower than the ground state? It's inversed, but it's higher or lower than the ground state. You see what I'm saying?
This ground state here.
Yeah.
So the voltage. So here.
So
They're
the
out of
reason,
phase, out of phase, out of phase, and then bam, they spike, and then they're in phase.
yeah. Maybe I'm not being clear. I'm trying to readjust everything here. So according to what I'm thinking, see how the ground state, see how that extra pulse that we are, the electron bounce phenomenon, maybe.
Yeah.
You see how it's either above that or below that line? I've seen.
I also have the diode. Okay.
Yeah, like it's either high or low. Like there's something important about that. I've seen that on my stuff before. So I'm not sure. Like, you remember when I was telling you I was trying to find the the polarity of the voltages, I could, if I did enough tuning and I found enough things, I could see that one was always high and one was always low, like they would stay true. Like, how do you know where your 0 point is? Where's your 0 reference? Because you may be floating above or below the 0 reference.
Well, for me, 0 is in the middle, and then there's negative and positive above it, above and below it.
Yeah, but if you're looking at true ground state, so like if you took two probes and put them across your capacitor and then you grounded it out, on mine, if it's doing it right, it will either be floating high or floating low. You see what I'm saying? It's always below. It's oscillating. Here's what I'm trying to say. Look at my feedback video. Can you see my mouse?
I don't see your screen right now.
You can?
No, I don't see it.
Okay, hold on. Really? Okay. Let me stop it and turn it back on.
Not turning on for some reason. Now you're playing my role.
Oh God! Let me just restart Skype.
Okay.
What a bunch of junk.
Thank you, Microsoft.
Thank you, Microsoft. He says it's junk. Hi, Jamie. Can you hear everything? All good? Small bits of progress Alex is making. Me, on the other hand, not so much.
So for me, ground state on the floating side, start positive terminal, the negative terminal of the L1 and L2, and anything on that negative side, anything below that negative side. Yeah, so if that's the ground, right? That's 0, and then oscillations. And yes, it's on the floating side, but oscillations above and below it are just that. The things above it are going to be actual, cause. Things below it are going to be reactions, like effect.
There, share your screen now. I got mine going. Turn your video on. You can see mine, right?
I see yours, yeah.
So here's what I'm trying to say, and I think you described it, but I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. Sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to get this thing working. So, okay. So you can see my mouse, okay, right? All right. So like, which probe is which? The top one is the positive side of the cell, and the other one's the other side of the diode.
The one on the top is on the cathode of the diode. The one on the other side is the other side of the diode.
So they're both just across the diode.
Yep.
So
and the weird thing is that, well, anyway, go ahead.
Well, what's the weird thing?
The weird thing is that after the collapse, they fall into phase. It's not weird, it's what we expect.
Yeah.
But and it's just cool to see it.
Yeah. Okay, so I just need to get my whole thing up and running again here real quick.
Go ahead.
When I was doing some tests, I could find that by measuring across the cell and different places, like I was having a true positive potential, but it was, here's what I would call it. I would call it rippling DC. So I was having this nice sine wave of DC, okay? And I think that's important to make sure you know where your ground states are. Maybe it's not important for some tests, but I think it's important to make sure your potentials are floating and how high they're floating. So here's what I'm trying to say. I'm measuring a peak-to-peak voltage of, let's just say 5 volts. Well, that 5 volts is actually floating, 2,000 volts above ground state.
Right.
So that plays a role in how the results show out. Now, that's pretty extreme. I haven't seen anything quite like that, but I've definitely seen stuff float, you know, 80, 90 volts above or below the 0 point. To the point where I can't even zoom in on my oscilloscope because it's so high up that when you zoom in, it keeps it in that window, and I can't get to it. It's like, it's pretty interesting.
Well, I always go from, like, you know, the yes, I'm floating, and maybe my voltages start well above the battery because of the fact that I stepped them up.
Yeah.
But I always consider 0 to be whatever
Wherever the
pressure
center.
whatever pressure is generated on in this case L2. And so as you leave the negative terminal, as you leave the positive terminal, you've induced this charge, you've created this pressure. When you leave the positive terminal of L2, that is the, that's going to be the pressure above 0. And then as it ripples, as you say, or as it responds to affect, to other components in the circuit, as equal and opposite reactions arise, as oscillations occur, that it may well dip below, that initial 0, because that's how these things work. It oscillates, through across like that. But so that's how I'm thinking about it, and I feel like, I would just disregard, like, whatever 0, whatever it is above the battery's potential state, because it doesn't even matter. Once we leave the electrical connection of the primary side behind, and we've got things going on, and we're not even connected to it electrically anymore, we're just floating. It's almost like, at least to my way of thinking, it doesn't matter, like, what if my 0 is 2,000 above ground or not, because we're no longer even, it's like an Einsteinian inertial reference frames, right? You're outside of that reference frame now, so what's happening in other reference frames don't matter.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm curious then, how high or low you're at, where are you at? Like that, I guess that's an interesting factor to me, but maybe not important, just interesting.
So I guess it would be something like, say you're a 1 to 6 step up, and you start off on the primary side with a pulse of 9 volts or 12 volts, let's say, and you induce, let's say you got it's like 1 to 6, so you induce on the primary, on the secondary side, a pressure 6 times greater. So your 0 in there is going to be, that swell of pressure arises out of the function of the induction, a function of the induced charge. When it starts, from nowhere. It starts from 0. So somewhere in the inductor is that 0 line, and then as the energy moves out, it swells above 0. And then as it hits other stuff and starts, bouncing around, then you start getting oscillations above and below 0. So I guess, I don't know. I guess maybe we're talking 2 different languages or something.
Well, if you zoom all the way out and get out of the close-up shot, then you should be able to see when you're gating, if you change your gating, you should be able to see if it's above or below potential. Can you, you probably can't. Can you pause that shot on that scope? No?
Well,
like
I'm pretty sure I can. Let me double check. I do have a hold. Hold on.
Yeah, try that. Maybe. Might work.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, that's more like, It's more like, you know, like when you used to have the old TVs and they had a vertical hold. That's what my
Yeah.
hold really. That's what my hold is.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just wondering. And it's the refresh rate of your screen too that's playing with the camera. See that little like in your gating potential there? Did you see that little spike?
This guy?
Yeah.
That's the pulse, I guess.
Cause
Let's see
see
what.
it's opposite on those two probes.
There it is again. Hold on a minute. Think about that. What is that step up there? That's not my. What is that?
What frequency are you at?
Um, I'm I'm somewhere around 3 or 4 kilohertz. I want to understand this little step right here between the pulses is. This guy.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what that is either. Hey, zoom in on your very first pulse. You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to move your trigger over or something. I want to see what the very first pulse looks like.
You talking about this little guy?
Yeah. Because mine's all messed up. Then it gets all nice synced up after it gets going.
And look, it's equal and opposite on the other side.
Your scope probe isn't inverted, is it?
See, that's like, and I can kind of, oh, look at that. By adjusting I can get rid of that weirdness too by adjusting the inductor, the core, I mean.
On which one?
Okay, so that little step up in between the pulses is an artifact of the inductance. So and so by the way is that ugliness. That when I take out the core, it goes away. So it's just like I think it's a function of the charge moving through the core. When the flux arises in the core, it does some ugly stuff, and then once it settles, it just keeps going. The energy being given to the core is creating some, discontinuity of flow. Because watch, as I take this core out, it all goes away. It gets pretty.
Yeah. But your amplitude goes way down. That changes
The
it.
amplitudes do go down, yeah, but that's because as you know, iron has a magnifying effect on the field of photons. That is to say, the magnetic field.
See, look at this weird beginning pulse that I have.
I'm looking.
It's like this weird inverted pulse at the first one. But then as you move over, then they get in sync. This is measuring across the diode.
Yeah, let me go back and see again. The first, they're out of phase completely. And then...
You see these little peaks? Let me do this. See these weird little peaks?
Yeah.
Those little weird little peaks are the on pulse, off pulse time. The input pulse. You can see that on every one of these.
So that's where your spike, if your pressures were high enough, that's where your spike would be.
Yeah, that little waveform you're looking at.
That would be your collapse, but you just don't for some reason have. I don't know. There's a bounce.
I still think I just wonder, like I said, if it's a function of the scope or what the deal is.
Maybe your scope this week, it's got sophisticated circuitry that just gets rid of the transients, because it regards, most engineers regard transients as bad with a capital B.
Yeah, I know. But
so they might have filtered it all out or something.
I don't know. There's different things I can do on here. I'm gonna play with, and I thought I could do it in this menu, but it's not doing what I want.
I can't imagine they would cut that out, though. You need to see it. Why would they sell you a scope that can't see what it's looking at?
Exactly.
Okay. So, let's see. I want to understand this. So, okay. So I'm going to keep this one on the positive. Oh, no. I'm going to keep that one on. Okay. I'm going to add a third probe.
Can you do that?
Sure.
You got 4 channels on that thing?
I do.
You suck. In a good way. The phrase should be, I suck.
Yeah. That's Tektronix, that's good, not me.
I don't know, the operator definitely plays a giant role in whether or not something's good.
Okay, true.
You can take a brand new, awesome, very fast, nice PC, and if you get an 80-year-old on there that just has no idea, it's junk.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's total junk.
You got a solid point.
No, I'm not referring to my dad. Although he's getting better.
So now I'm going to my next act. I want to see the negative rail in all this.
I'm going to break out my other stuff here. I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to get out a different set of coils. Oh, do you have any, you should really put a resistor across your primary. Add up all your resistances, and attempt to match it, and see
Okay.
if it affects your output, good or bad.
Okay.
I think that's an important test to try. Let's see here. Turn my scope off for a bit. Turn that off too, I guess, but leave it on. Alright. I'm not going to try matching a single thing. Did the mailman come yet?
He did. He didn't bring me anything.
What in the heck, man? It's going to make me real mad. Oh well. Next week it is.
Yeah, so that's the negative rail. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So-
the negative rail. That's the floating ground.
That's the floating ground. Why has it got... Okay, so when it collapses... I have such a... It's really good. Is this really this?
By the way, before you go rewrapping wire,
Yeah.
why don't you flip the leads on your tube cell and see if you can see a potential difference in the aspect of, because now you got different area surfaces of blah blah blah. Just see if there's an effect. I'd be curious. I was going to do that on my test with my variable inductor and forgot to do it last week. Now I just disassembled this one, so just play with that another time. I need to redo this variable inductor a little bit better anyway. All right.
Alright, so I flipped the leads on the cap. Hold on.
Forgot my lunch. I usually don't bring lunch, and today I was supposed to and I forgot.
So you're just hungry?
Cheez-Its, it is for me. There's some food, I could find some food, but I was gonna bring a pizza and cook it. I forgot, like a dummy.
Yeah,
It's okay. I'm not really hungry, no, so I'm okay, but
Well, I flipped the polarity around.
did you manage to notice anything different? It's hard to tell. You almost need to like have a
Pretty much.
shot.
I mean, so far it looks pretty much the same. I'm on either side of the diode on the bottom two,
Yeah.
and I'm on the
Ground.
ground on the other one.
See what's
So I
that?
gotta call.
What's
I gotta
that?
call.
Wait, look at what. Why is there this double oscillation on your ground? Oh.
Well, it's time. It's like time cutting.
Oh.
It's like it's gonna be somewhere at all times.
See, that's that's the thing with the analog is sometimes I know that stuff shows up.
Yeah, it's just like weird reflections. You can't always rely on them.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, that's pretty clear. That's the negative rail. Oh, this is the negative rail. How did I get that wrong? Hold on, let me make sure I know what I'm doing here. Okay, so this is the this is the cathode of the diode. So that looks like it used to. Cathode of the diode. Let me make that smaller. And then this guy. That's the anode of the diode. So, and then all I'm getting off of this guy is just a collapsing. Okay, it collapses. It collapses at the same time this one collapses. Out of phase until the collapse. What? What am I seeing? What the hell is that? First thing we see is a big oscillation. Wasn't I seeing opposite polarities on the on the cell before? Now I'm trying to remember. Because I'm seeing the cell has the same polarity now on both sides. But
No.
the negative rail has the opposite polarity.
No, I think it was the same.
Okay.
I am pretty sure.
Yeah, because this is the smaller one is the it's the positive. I mean that's the This is L1, and then this here is the negative rail, which is out of phase. Why is that out of phase? Let's see. Oh yeah, because it's equal and opposite. It's opposite to the okay, so this one should be the same exact size but opposite polarity of this guy, and it is. Yeah, that's good. Pretty much. Okay. So now that guy.
L1's bigger. Let's see. Smaller? You still there? Smaller?
Okay.
Smaller surface area needs to be on the coil with more capacitance, in theory.
Smaller surface area coil with more, so smaller surface area.
Right, we agreed that the one with the lower surface area is going to have less capacitance, so if that works out accurately, then the inductor should have more capacitance than the other one.
Correct. Yep. That's
So
what we did
so
agree.
it's the one with less inductance has more capacitance. So
Well,
this
less inductance has more capacitance.
yes,
Well,
it's the opposite.
yeah. But what you said the first time I followed you 100% and agreed with. The second time, I think you were talking about the other inductor, weren't you?
No, I'm just referring to the fact that they're opposites.
Okay.
I think you're. Oh no, never mind.
So this is what gets induced by the secondary. It's not that pretty.
It's not that pretty. No.
Secondary. This is the charge that gets induced when the primary when the energy makes its way through L1 before hitting the diode. It's also the energy that we think is moving through the diode to help contribute to the bounce effect, so-called. Let's see, so that's, let me see that charge in terms of this charge. I want to see how things look on L1 when that's being induced. Okay, so this is.
Oh, my print's done. What time is it? 11:30. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Why do they look the same? They really do look the same.
They look really, really close. The only thing is that first peak is kind of off.
And that first peak feels like some kind of red, like distortion to me. Like, I wonder if I can.
Oh
tune
yeah.
No, well, it's really there actually. It's not. It's not just being clipped in some way.
Right.
Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably the inductor. It's probably this. Yeah, it is. I can. That's just distortion because of the inductor.
Yeah.
Distortion. The distortion is always going to be because of that inductor. At the beginning, it's always weird. oscillating. That's the rail. That's being sent to during the off time. That's off.
All right.
On, off. On.
That doesn't look like 50% duty. Looks a
No,
little,
it's kind of not.
looks a little off.
It's
Which it probably will be. It will be a little off, like 54% or something.
yeah, it's not quite. I mean, it's the duty is obviously on longer than it's off. So, in fact, I can sort of measure it by looking at my blocks here. But it's supposed to be 50. I think it's just variance in this 5-5 timer.
Yeah. It is, because I think the way you set up 555 timers, you almost can't get exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's why you have to. That's why I had to use a inverter, like a line driver,
Yeah.
to get it to flip.
Yep. Hey, Karen. Hey, Russ, I'll be right back.
Sure. think I need to go down. Oh, maybe up. Or right about there. That's where I want to be. All right. The crowd's gone wild.
I'm back with you. Let's wait for a minute.
Okay. I'm still here.
this out. Charges, charges, charges. What's this? This is the induced positive current. Yeah, that is what that is. Okay, I figured it out. Let me know when you have a moment.
Go for it.
Okay, so this is my pulse, right?
On off pulse. Is that the
Bottom
on?
line.
Is that the on time?
Yeah, it's the on time. And then, so as soon as the on time finishes, okay, so the top pulse is the positive plate in L1. So it's just charging. And you can see it kind of gradually goes up, you know. But then there's this other effect of the secondary. So the secondary starts charging, starts inducing a charge right here. And that's that little bit of
That's that extra.
extra positive that it feels on the plate, yeah.
Wait a minute. That's the L1 induced flux into the secondary.
Yeah, L1 induces to the secondary, and the secondary, that's it right there. That's the charge. That's the induced charge on the secondary. And then when it turns off, you know, ring. So again, this is the ringing on the capacitor and L1. This is, you see that induced charge over here. This is yeah. This is all L2 right here. I'm sorry. This is all secondary right here. So you see, it's inducing its charge. It gets turned off, and now it too is ringing. So the question becomes, and it's ringing out of phase with stuff going on. So what I was looking for over here is some of that ringing from L2. I'm not sure if that, you know, it's like it's induced, and all of a sudden the collapse happens, and then we get all this ringing here, and we have this weird ripple. So I don't know. Right in here, though, there's a lot of stuff happening on the secondary. And I just wanted to point out that's mainly what you were wondering, where is that coming from? And I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing there.
And by adjusting inductance, you can change that, like where it's at.
Yeah, I can move it around a little bit, like there, so I can tune it in. And that makes, let's see, that makes sense. Because yeah, you know, as the inductance changes, the speed at which the charges and, you know, the induction occurs changes.
So you can make it totally go away too, though, right? You can get it all the way to where it's off. Doesn't show up.
It doesn't ever go away.
Oh, you'd have to have a higher inductance, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it never goes away. It's always there because the secondary is there. All I can do is move it. See, it's even there. Like that's the furthest extreme. And it's still moving. I'm still moving it back towards.
Yeah.
So I can change the speed at which the induction happens. The more of an air core it is, the faster it happens.
The faster it happens?
Yeah, the less inductance, the faster this ripple begins. The sooner it begins.
Can you tune that just right to where that second peak or third peak like amplifies that next ringing pulse? See what I'm saying? You can like amplify.
Which peak are you talking about?
The one right after it turns off. Yeah, watch it. You can get that peak to go really high by matching those rings.
So, well, what I could do is play with the frequency and get it higher. Is that what you mean?
No, because remember, frequency didn't seem to affect that placement of that thing.
Oh, yeah, not the placement. That's true.
Oh no, it does though. It does affect it.
Well, it changes it changes the, so it has this much runway, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right,
And
right,
then
right.
I can shorten its runway kind of thing, which will make it slam into the next pulse and things like that. But
I'll be right back. Gotta get me some water.
I just did something interesting. I made the frequency much longer, and so that the induction of L2 has more time to exist. I'm sorry, the induction of the secondary has more time to exist.
Yep, I see it.
And then as soon as the energy gets turned off, it's overwhelmed.
It amplifies that. The positive, or that potential amplifies that next pulse, doesn't it?
This pulse, I think, comes from
The collapsing.
it comes from L1 or an L2, because this is the secondary. Or does it come from? Maybe it does come from. Maybe it is its own collapse. Yeah, it makes more sense.
Because it charged in one polarity to a high potential. It rang there until it kind of stabilized, and then when you let go of it,
Yeah, you're right.
chat room just exploded.
This went crazy. The people in there now?
A bunch of people just disappeared. It's like they all got kicked off. Now I can't even type in there. Oh yeah, I still can. No, it won't go through. It'll come back. The chat's kind of iffy. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see how it amplifies the ringing of the off time? Wait. Yeah, the off time.
Yeah, right. So, right, this is the induction. So, wait, okay, so the on time happens. The cell. Hold on. Yeah. On time happens. Cell's charging. Off time happens. Cell oscillates with the inductor with L1. That's this. At the same time, as this is charging, L2 right about here starts inducing. And again, when at the off time, it sends charge into the anode of the diode, and that's above it's above the average line. So I think that's all. Let's see, and then when we look at that on the inductor. I mean on the diode rather. It looks exactly the same. Even though it's on the other side. This is now on the other side of the secondary, right on the end of the diode. And yeah, the same thing. You can see L2. Then on the other side, on the cathode side of the diode, you see
Your camera got
Oh.
blurry for some unknown reason. Might be Skype's bandwidth. You still talking?
I hear you.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure that something didn't go crazy.
Nothing going crazy is this waveform on the other side of that diode.
Whoa, that top trace?
Yeah. The top trace is the cell, actually. No, yeah, the top trace is the cell. This middle trace is the diode on the same side as L1. Come in. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right there. Answer the phone for me. Hello? Hey, I saw I missed your call yesterday, and I wanted to thank you yesterday. I was at practice when you called, and I wanted to thank you. I appreciate that.
You with me still?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, so I guess it's all about. I don't see enough of a. The idea that L1 collapses. I'm sorry, L2 sends that back down the negative rail. I'm not seeing that at all. I don't. I see. I do see the collapse. I do see the collapse of L1, but not of L2. Huh, which is weird, huh?
Wait a minute. Say that again.
I see the collapse of L1, but not L2. Which I just think is odd. Let me look at it again.
That's kind of odd. Hey, check this interesting phenomenon out.
Let's see what you got.
Alright, so... hold on, let me measure something here. Okay. So on... Alright, this is measuring across the diode. The blue trace is on the L1 side, and the yellow trace is on the secondary side.
Okay.
So that's across the diode, basically.
Yep.
Now if I take my blue lead here and put it on the negative side of the capacitor, there's like this interesting little like opposite potential going on.
Can you put that back on there and zoom in for me a little?
Yeah, trying to get it better. Hi. So let's see.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, so that's
No.
and that's okay. So that's across the diode,
Yeah.
and the side closest to.
No, this is across the diode.
Okay, right.
So the yellow trace is on the secondary side still. This is measuring this is measuring across the negative side of the cell.
Negative side of the cell,
But if-
negative plate, and the and
But-
L2.
Yeah, but even if I put it on the positive side, it's still the same. It's the exact same
Okay, so
waveform.
you're seeing the same thing between L1 and the positive plate, and L2 and the negative plate.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. So with that in mind, and that's okay. And that yellow one is between the secondary and the anode of the diode, right?
Yeah, I'm actually moving it between both sides of that diode. It doesn't matter. Still this
So
nice.
that oscillation that you're seeing there is akin to the weird oscillation that I'm exploring on my scope, right? Like that's the induced current. Maybe it's the induced current on the secondary. Maybe.
It's
and
so,
then-
I mean it's something. It's something
Yeah.
like totally weird. That's
Cell stuff is
that's
strange.
that's the ground, floating ground now on the yellow.
Okay.
It's totally opposite.
Yep, it is.
So if I get on the other side of the secondary, this is what I see. If I continue down the chain to the other side of the diode, this is what I see. Even actually, they're even bigger amplitudes. And then if I get on the other side of the capacitor, then I have the exact same signal
Yeah. That's a weird. What is that? Let's look at that for a minute.
That is very weird. So the other side of the it's like the coil. It's like the
It's following.
here. This is
It's following that yellow one. You know, it's like it's tending up and then it's tending down. And you pull down, then it's going back up. It's delayed and it's phase. It's phase shifted.
and see that little peak right there?
Yeah.
That's the trigger of time. That's when it from this point to this point. Let me see. Right now I'm measuring. See, I think from. Yeah. So the off time is somewhere right in here. Let's see, what am I at? 60. I'm at 63% again. So right now I'm measuring the blue trace is the ground, the floating ground.
Yep.
So it's like it's passing this oscillation back and forth. If I move the yellow probe over to the negative side of the capacitor, I get this opposite potential. But why? But why is?
Go ahead.
Why is right here these like really nice oscillations happening across the diode? It's kind of the only place I got nice oscillations is across the diode.
Well, that's where all your oscillations meet.
Yeah.
That's where I mean, yeah, I see that too. Like here's me across the diode. It's kind of similar to what you're seeing, but slightly different. But here I'll show you. So me across the diode here. This is the anode, the cathode. This is the anode of my diode. Let's compare what we're looking at here. So like I'm getting. I'm gonna compare with what you've got on. Charge on, charge off.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, I sit it over there on the scope and then I look at it in your Skype computer. So that's the same thing. So are you still across your diodes right now?
No.
Oh,
That's across my diode.
See how it compares with me across the diode.
It's like the same.
So so I've got this oscillation during the on time that I think is induced from the secondary, and then another one when the off time starts. And you've got these sine waves. What is your unit time? I wonder if you're just like zoomed way in or something.
No.
No, you're not, because when you zoom out, it's just one big waveform. Yeah. Yeah. What is your time though? I'm curious. Time between peaks there.
2.1 milliseconds? No. Hold on. I need to move this. I changed. Well, it's the delta at 90.8 at 1.8 milliseconds.
MS, little MS.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a long time.
Yeah, it's a very, I'm only at 11 kilohertz.
Okay.
But I'm measuring exactly 11 kilohertz. That's pulse to pulse, so 11 kilohertz. Matt's asking you. You don't know Matt Watts, maybe, but Matt's a pretty cool guy. He's asking you if you're making any progress.
Yeah, we're getting there.
It's all progress.
We are, yeah, we are making progress. The Russ Gries team.
Grease Petty Research.
That's what I mean to say.
All right. I'm gonna
so,
just.
Okay. So for me, peak to peak of these small oscillations is 27.6 27.6 microseconds. And what did you say yours was? Milliseconds?
1.8.
1.8.
But see, I'm not measuring those little oscillations. I'm measuring peak to peak. I can't really tune in and find those little oscillations. That's part of the problem. Like in theory, those oscillations happen right when things turn on and off. And if I were to zoom in really, really close, you see these oscillations?
Yeah.
Those are what you're seeing.
Yeah.
And those.
Yeah, so there's 1 millisecond right there. 1 millisecond at a time for me is like two whole. I must be at twice the frequency as you. And yeah, I hear what you're saying about when you go in, you see a little bit of what I'm seeing on those oscillations, but I'm just getting a nice regularity that you're just not seeing.
Right. And that's just at the on-off time, That's just that peak on-off time. See it right there?
Yeah.
If I zoom, well, my scope locked up. That's unusual. That doesn't happen very often.
What happened?
It locked up. Every once in a while it'll do something fishy, but I haven't had that, but there, it came straight back. Okay, so watch. I'm going to zoom out, okay? This is how close I am. Those are those little oscillations on the off time. I mean, look how...
Yeah.
Is that... But you're not zoomed in that close. Because see, you're seeing these really nice big oscillations, right?
Well, I'm seeing them at... What was your time factor there? Because I am freaking zoomed in at like, one of those oscillations for me is just a matter of microseconds.
What's the... well, let me measure it. But what's the time scale?
That's what I'm saying.
On your bottom probe.
The bottom probe is... Oh, actually, you know what? That's probe 3, and I don't have those advanced... Probes 3 and 4 don't have as many features, so I can't measure it on those.
This is one... Well, it's got the delta, and it's delta blah 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 at... What's the delta? Which one you need?
I just want to know what the time is, the actual elapsed time. So that's a delta of time between T0 and T1. Like time start, time end.
So 200 nanoseconds? 200 ns, but it's at 630 microseconds.
So the nanosecond thing between those little tiny pulses, that sounds right, and that's very fast.
Yeah, it's like 5 megahertz.
Yeah, that's very fast. So for me, one of those little oscillations, let me just make sure again, is peak to peak, like 39.2 microseconds. And the whole ring time, I'll get this ring time, is like 150 microseconds, so there's little rings in there. So anyway, a lot of that's a function of frequency. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, because are you tuned in to a frequency? You're right.
My pulses, not the gating, but the pulsing, is at around 4K kilohertz.
So measure from L1. Measure from the positive side of the cap to the floating ground. Because I would think you should see the ringing, the nice oscillations That's where I get that doubling. You know what that means? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna take this measurement. It's like 23 kilohertz. That's where I was earlier. This thing just seems to love that frequency. It didn't help me though. Anyway, you can continue. I'm just gonna play around with frequency.
I'm thinking about like why what you're seeing across your diode and what I'm seeing across my diode is fundamentally different. And I want to understand what could be so different about the pattern of things. You know, the pattern should be approximately the same. I think.
What is your input voltage on primary?
My voltage, I'm running off 12 volt battery.
Okay, I am too. Can you put scopes on? Can you show me your waveform on this across the secondary?
Hold on. I will. $24.7. Let me try something first. There we go. Now let me play with that.
So for me, the secondary on the positive, let's see. Okay, the negative of the secondary is just a ring, but the positive of the secondary, so the side that's connected to the negative rail, that's got this induced stuff in it.
Whoa. Hey. Hold on a minute before I go answer your question. I'm going to play around with this for a second.
Sure.
I'm trying to get this tuned in a little differently. Now, you're measuring, what are you measuring right now?
Well, I just wanted to see what it looked like across, two probes, one on either side of the secondary.
One on the other side of the secondary.
One on both sides. And then what I've got is exactly that on the stick right now. The negative of the secondary is the top probe. That's the negative rail, basically.
This is what it looks like. But I'm not zoomed in, like, way in. Like, here's like this. I zoom in right here, there's this little pulse. This is this tiny bit, little big thing. This ain't nothing.
Why did everything so smooth in the two?
thing does not
Almost
like my poor scope.
It's almost like you're off. It's almost like you're off when you're pulsing. Your off your off time doesn't actually go to off completely or something. You always have voltage. Would that be?
What? Oh, it maybe if well, I mean it's pulsing.
I'd be curious if you built, you know, a simple pulse out of my five, if you'd see what I'm seeing, and that would rule out a lot of thoughts that I had yesterday about, you know, maybe off the cuff glare or maybe the software you're using for pulse. Like, start seeing
Give
really
me.
defined rings all of a sudden. That would be that'd be an interesting test, I think.
Are you just using your potentiometers?
Yeah, I'm using potentiometers for frequency variance across a specific cap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let me.
I just have the feeling you're not, when you turn off, you're not turning off.
Where, do you have a diode across your primary?
No, not right now. I don't. I have one in front of it.
Why don't you just add one temporarily and see what happens to your waveform?
Okay.
Because I think that has a huge factor in what you're seeing. I have a feeling that it does. Because I've done this before, and if you add a diode across it, it doesn't ring the same. Something else kind of weird happens.
So diode in parallel with my primary?
Uh-huh.
Sure. Ooh, I just got myself a little shock. Surprising. Oh, because I'm not wearing my shoes, that's why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's always fun.
I'm always surprised when my cell shocks me because I'm so used to touching it, but I always have rubber shoes on usually, so that's why it doesn't matter.
So that's primary coming back. And I'm going to put this in line with it. Yeah, something just not good was happening there.
See, that kills the ringing.
Totally kills it.
But
And I'm frying something too, actually. What was I just frying?
is your diode flipped
Must be.
the wrong direction?
Wait, but no, it's not though. Yeah, take your diode off.
I will. I'm going to right now. And I know that's going to affect it, but...
It does in a huge way. Because I flipped it around and I get, doesn't look like what you're seeing, but it's no ringing.
This is without a diode.
See if you got anything to work with there.
This is across the diode. But you know what?
Something was just smoking, but what was it? It's all still working. So.
I'm gonna switch out my MOSFET for a different one so I can blow it up instead of this one. And then I'll leave the diode off for a little while and play with it, because I know I'll ruin a transistor or a MOSFET or two if I don't replace it with some junk. This is a really good one.
Yeah, I'm using a junky one.
I mean, I got piles of them. I just need to go get one.
Yeah, I'm doing that because, again, I find like the fewer stuff you have in place, the more you get these large high voltage effects. It's a question of knowing when to, where to put the safety in, where to manage it, and where not to.
Okay. IRF 3205. These are good ones. Where's my junk ones? There you go. Here's a junk one. I've taken apart so many UPSs and they all have like banks of MOSFETs that I just have a crap ton of MOSFETs to play with.
I'm using IRFP 460 LCs.
Yeah, I think we went through that. I'm just using some I know they're junk at the moment. So let's see. Let's try this.
Yeah, that's better ring.
Now,
Going on those, let's see what we got.
on mine, nothing. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a nice ring. Nicer.
Oh, I need to add more pulses to this.
Yeah, mess with your frequency now. Try to get the amplitudes up. Look, yeah. There we go. Now it's coming. Go down to 1K. Get some amplitude.
Whoa, hold on.
It's getting bigger.
Hold on, why is my trigger not acting right? Maybe. It's still on there. Oh well, I'm gonna have to deal with it for the moment.
So what's the amplitude there?
Well, I'm reading at 500 millivolts, and it's telling me I'm at about 1 volt peak to peak.
Oh man,
It's horrid.
oh well, okay. Can you jack the frequency way down?
Yeah. Watch, I'll do a sweep at 100. Watch this, I'll just do a sweep.
Sweeping from to
Down.
sweeping down. I can't see your values, so I don't know where you are.
13, 12. Whoa!
Oh, go slow down. Go down to 1,000.
Hold on. Let me go back up.
Okay, now zoom out of
That's a
there.
little better.
Yeah, well, I just think, I think your frequency was too high. Let's see where we are now, though.
Oh, I can hear it squealing at me now.
What's that amplitude right there? Like 10 volts or something?
2 volts peak to peak. Hold on a second. Let me adjust this a little more fine tune. And then let me adjust. And I'm still at 63% duty cycle, by the way. Let me add another. See, by adding pulses in between the gating, you see that?
Yeah.
Watch this. If I go down, I can really make it ring, or I can really like kill it.
Yeah.
It really plays a bad role.
It's that whole conversation we were having about how long you leave the mallet on the gong when you strike it.
Yeah. What if I turn this on longer?
What's R2D2 we're printing over there?
More bobbin housings. See, I've got these. Let me zoom in and really see what's going on here.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too. Hopefully it's the nice rings. Looks like it might be.
I need to set my trigger up differently, I guess. I mean, they're just like transient, random spikes.
Yeah, I mean they're actually not transients. They're just well-formed waves that just the amplitude is increasing. You're still not getting that sharpness that comes with true off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, one thing I can do is take a 10K resistor and drop it across the gate of my. Let me try something. Let me just do this.
You have some kind of DC offset in that pulsar thing of yours? That's like keeping the DC high even when it's off?
It's a MOSFET driver, so it is making sure internally that it's doing its job.
I don't trust it. From what I'm seeing on your scope, I don't trust whatever it's doing, whatever it's doing.
Well, let me break something out here. Let me go get it.
What you getting?
I'm getting my original Dave Lawton 555 timer pulsing circuit, which doesn't work the best, but it's the basic.
Breaking up. All static. I heard you say Lawton, which is all I need to hear.
I got all sorts of options. This is one of them.
What the hell ever happened to Dave Lawton?
I don't know. I gotta figure out how to use this box. I never label anything. here's my box.
Huh. So I guess just turn it on and look for the output. Looks like you probably
I've got an external gate triggered wired up to it, so I just gotta make it work.
I like this better. I think you're gonna get better results out of that thing.
I just don't.
When it's off, it's probably really off.
Just don't like the Um, the way this thing runs kind of sucks. Alright. I can do two things. I plug it in, or I can run it off a battery. I'll just run it off a battery.
I was gonna say, don't plug it in the battery for sure.
I'm gonna watch you for a while and shut down. Cause my next step is winding coils, and I'm almost out of time. So
You almost out of time today?
Yeah, it's almost 5. I'm gonna go play ball with my kids and get into some Friday family stuff shortly. But I'm gonna watch you. But I'm gonna help you get your pulses where they need to be.
Okay.
Because the waveform from that other setup is not, it's not right. Or,
Well,
it's not that it's wrong. It's just that it's not.
Something's-
It's not getting us towards the effect we're trying to see.
yeah. I will try it. I'm open for it. I think this circuit still works. I know it works, I just have to. Let's see on my grounds. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll run it off the same battery.
Lurk. Yeah, same battery's good.
Fire this bad boy up. It's been sitting on the shelf for quite some long time. Bad thing is, I know it's very difficult to tune this thing. Very, very tricky.
Really? Well, probably what it has is a switch to set the different capacitors, and then some resistors to let you scan through the different capacitors, right?
Yeah, but the thing is I think these potentiometers on here are not very good. I think they're a little flaky.
Okay. Well, let's just see what we get. I'm curious to see if we get a radically different waveform. Ah, I hear that.
The
Is
fan.
it on right now?
It's on.
Yeah, I can hear it.
It's disrupting my my other stuff. Let me check the output on this thing.
I like the sound of it.
Burned out. I might have burned out one of the channels on this thing, so we'll find out.
Alright. Something going on there.
That's gated.
Oh, there's some transients. Nice ones too. That's off right there, Jack.
But this is just my signal generator.
Well, I'm seeing transients.
You're seeing a bunch of junk. Just be patient. Okay. Do I have that still? That's still wired up. I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing.
What are you connecting that to?
The gate of my my output, but
Yeah. Okay, so then
just hold on. This whole box just needs to be refigured out. Just hold on.
all right.
Cause I'm pretty sure I blew this up at one point, and I don't know if I fixed it. Cause I remember my one output quit working.
There's transients. I mean, they might be small, but they're there.
Whoops.
This is starting to look a lot better.
There's my pulse.
There we go.
That's this potentiometer. One's duty and one's
Dude, you're in the ballpark now. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
yeah, but oh, that's amplitude. Maybe that's his gating time. I need to speed this up. I never ever liked this circuit for good reasons.
Well, I like the fact that it's a battery run 555 base deal because that's where you're gonna, there's nothing fancy. When it's off, it's off. And that's what you need. The other thing is not, when it's off, it's not off. That's why you're getting these really nice waveforms.
All right, so let me hook up a MOSFET to it.
Yeah, man, the negative terminal on the cap. So with these off, with these pulses, it's gonna look good.
Let's see. In, so that's positive voltage. So positive voltage goes out here.
To the negative of the cap.
And then pegging out my meter. Oh yeah.
Looks good. Yeah, back away. Is that a spike I see on the left, or is that just the line?
Trying to get my amp down. My current's like way too high. Like something ain't right.
Wow, how did he do that? Is there some feature that allows you to turn words upside down in the Ajax chat?
Wait, what are you talking about?
So he just wrote pork upside down. I have no idea how to do that. It's freaking me out.
Look, I take out this other MOSFET because I may have just broke that one already.
Oh, yeah. That's probably why it's in the current. The MOSFET wasn't gating.
It's the same one I had. I gotta go get a different one. Break out one of these bad boys. I got some expensive ones. We'll blow it up. IRF P460.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm burning over here. What do I got? I got 460s too, man. IRFP 460s, exactly.
Middle pin goes to ground. Huh?
Leftmost pin is the gate.
Yep.
With the collector, it goes to your coil, and the emitter, the rightmost pin, goes to ground.
Yeah, that's what I had. The middle one goes to your coil. Far right one goes to ground.
Yep.
Coil goes to positive, which is what I had.
Coil goes to, you want to plug it into the negative terminal of your, coil.
Look, I got the coil going to positive voltage. The other side of the coil going to my MOSFET.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Well, the way I do it, and
You do it backwards?
I don't know. I mean, for me, again, it's always voltage source to voltage drain. So that means I'm gonna dump out of the collector. That is the middle pin of the MOSFET, and I'm going to go to VSS of the coil. So for me, that's the negative terminal of the coil.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
That's what I got.
Cool.
But now I've got nothing. Not the
Now,
pulse.
make sure you got 3.5 to 4 volts on that gate.
Yeah, I'm good. It's working.
Okay,
Hear it?
nice. Now we're starting to see some transients. So
You hear it popping?
I do.
But-
You must be very low frequency.
No,
What's
that's my gating frequency. That's why.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And that's on and off if ever I heard it. Now let's fill in the space between them. Okay, now there we go, buddy.
Hold on, I need to change the.
We're down around 100 or 200 hertz. Let's get up to 1K. Sounds like some Middle Eastern music.
I don't have gating on though.
That one switch range. We got like a switch, range switch.
Well, that's my other output. See, this is supposed to be low frequency. Let me try something here.
think writing things upside down in your chat thing.
Huh?
Is there a feature that allows you to write words upside down in your chat?
There must be. That's pretty funny. See this I think I exploded this channel. Therefore I'm not going to have gating at the moment, but I guess that's okay. Oh wait, what's that floating around?
A little something going on there. Okay.
I'll just play with no gating for the moment because
That's fine. Look at those rings, man. So going on. Let's look at them closely. I know they're small amplitude, but let's just look at them.
Hold on, let me try something. I want to see what's going on here. I need to check and see what I'm changing. This is what? That's on time. That's duty cycle. That's duty cycle right there. This is frequency. So just for fun, I'm sitting at, come on, stay on there.
Nice. These are nice.
Now I'm getting what you're getting.
Yes, exactly. Because that's because your circuit's being turned off. That other circuit is not. You've got some kind of like 5-volt DC offset going on.
I'll have to play with that. I don't know. But see, this is my low frequency gating circuit of this.
Yeah, you're just getting the gating. That's okay. Well, you know what? I mean, throw some 5x5s on the breadboard, man. You'll have the same circuit up in no time without being limited by whatever's in that box.
Yeah, no, I don't like the circuit, so I was telling you.
I mean, with a handful of components, I've got, infinite range on this little breadboard. I'm hearing 5K over there.
I'm trying to find, there's this little sweet spot right there. This thing's so touchy. I hate this thing. Great, now it's like pegged out.
Play some ball?
Later.
Okay.
Later.
Doing your homework right now?
Look at that negative spike.
Yeah. That's because you're plugged into you've obviously got your probe on the VSF's the primary, right?
No, I don't have anything hooked up to my primary.
Where are you plugged in right now?
These are just floating across the diode.
Okay. So you're near the diode.
Whoa. Now the blue one sitting against my
Sitting near it.
find my trigger. There we go. That's across
So now,
the cap.
Now at least it'll be in the ballpark.
This poor circuit. I hate this thing.
Go build on my.
I will.
circuit,
I'm going to.
Go build the pulse generation arrangement and then just put some potentiometers across those caps that I have in there, and that way you can, by switching out the cap, you can change your range, and just by fine tuning the potentiometers, you can scan the entire range of the given cap, and there's nothing you won't be able to do then.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I got a few other circuits up here that I might get out because I hate this thing, and now I know why. I remember why.
Well, as part of we're using the same exact stuff, like we should probably, why don't we start with the same electronics too,
Yeah, you're right. Let me go grab a different box up here. I broke half of these before I left, and I never had a chance to fix them, so now I should just break them all out and repair them. I have what I need here. So one of these two circuits is going to work. So let's just plug them in.
How much fun is it to be working on our thing, like, in the same place? And, you know, it's like we're in the same place, but yet we're in different. I just think it's so fun. It's so much more fun to work with somebody rather than just working by yourself.
Oh yeah, it's boring working by yourself. It's not as entertaining. You don't get to communicate.
Yeah. Plus, you know, 1 + 1 is 3, you know?
1 + 1 is 3. 3 + 3 is 6. 6 + 6 is 3. 3 + 3 is 6. 6 + 6 is. Now, these boxes, on the other hand, I could do one of two things. I could wire it or I don't. Let me just try something. Plug it in. For now. And see if it works. I remember breaking these and I never went back and repaired them. I guess I'll spend a little bit of time repairing them. These circuits are replicas. Exact replicas of stands. So if it worked for stand, it's going to work for me.
What, okay.
These are nothing more than 555 timers, but I've got all the ranges according to the what were they? Frequency dividers through counters or whatever.
Yeah.
So let's see if this still works. All right, that's a good start. This is my fancy one. This is a good one. This is the double output box. So this is fairly straightforward. And I should just plug this in and it should just work. If. Let's see, do I have all the parts still in there? Because at one time I took half the stuff out. No, it's still all in there. Ground. Ground. Output to coil. How does my positive get out? Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
That thing is plugged into a battery or the wall?
Well, it's plugged into the wall, but it's just outputting a DC voltage. That's all.
But that does, I'm telling you, that
Bam!
doesn't-
Well, hold on. Just let's see what just happened here. Did you see that explode?
No.
Hold on. I'm like slamming my meter over there. That's high speed. That's low speed.
Does it take a DC voltage?
Hear it?
It did, yeah.
This is 50% output. But I'm still getting a pretty good pulse because my meters aren't anywhere close here. Let me
Can you power that thing with the same battery the rest of your stuff's on?
wait, what?
Is it possible to power that unit with your battery?
Yeah. I
You do that?
just wanted to see before I attempt to do that if the darn thing even gonna work. Because if it doesn't work, then I'm wasting my time trying to power it externally. See those little floppers dancing around?
Yeah. Zoom out a little and see what's going on.
Now, I can turn gating on by this switch, right?
Alright, turn gating on there. I want to see gating.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how to work it again. Oh, the potentiometer's loose. Oh well.
Man, I like this better.
Huh?
I said, yeah, this is better. We're getting actual, when we're off, we're off. That's what we want.
Well, I just need to maybe look at something. This thing here. I never labeled any of this stuff. I gotta figure out what's what. Oh, this is inverting. That's why it's pegging. Okay, hold on.
Very 8-bit sounding.
Oh, what's wrong with this thing? Yeah, let me, let's see. I'm afraid I want to totally destroy this meter. Let me just plug in my digital meter. I can break it. Because that's only 100 milliamp.
Oh, your ammeter?
Yeah. Let's see, let me turn this way up. Let me find out why. See, this frequency is too high, that's why. Why is that not? Oh, that's second channel. One of these switches is... Why is... I'm trying to get my darn trigger a little bit more stable. Look, this is my frequency. I am getting good signals at least, a little bit better than what I have been, but like the voltages are higher. Let's see, I don't have, there's no diode on these. I don't think I put any diodes on these. But something's fishy with my... See, one of these is inverts. I think this one does. This is frequency select. Yowzers. What is up with that? What am I seeing? I'm not seeing something. Let me put a scope probe across this output. I have external outputs there. I don't know which channel is which. Alright, now I can actually see what I'm doing. Holy gee whiz, man. See that yellow trace?
Yes.
that's on my circuit. Like it's just destroying my circuit. It's like doing very bad things.
What was that amplitude? I can't read your levels.
Well, it's better now. I've grounded the circuit.
Good. There's a nice looking square gate.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here, because this box that I built here has lots of options, and so I don't I never labeled any of the little boxes that I built. I just never did. Let me turn this channel off. Wow, I'm like modulating.
Yeah, get some nice looking gates there.
Oh, that's why this frequency is probably way too high. There.
Boom.
That's gating off. That's just frequency.
Duty cycle right there, buddy.
I know, I designed this box to be exactly 50% duty cycle. What does this switch do?
That looks like your frequency.
Why? See, this is going to... Huh. You know, I don't remember. This is frequency right here.
Now we need to run those through your logic gates to combine them.
I know, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. So this would be my output on my other channel. And it's not functioning. Maybe that's the problem. I think I broke it. That's probably half the battle. Well, it's working. Why is that?
I hear a low frequency. Is that your core?
There we go. Just zoomed in too darn close. That's my gating. See?
Yeah, I hear it now.
That's why it looked like modulation. There it is. Oh, that's invert. See this?
It's inverted. There you go.
That's what this switch does. This switch inverts. I knew I had put it in there for a reason. I'm like, what is this switch for? But that's invert, so I don't want invert. So I want it like this.
Yeah.
Because see, the reason I wanted to invert it is because I built this box to be a replica of the hydrogen gas gun circuitry.
Yeah.
And you need you need the electron extraction circuit to work in reverse, and that's what this box does.
Well, it's a nice square wave. Run it through your MOSFET. Let's see what we got.
Well, it's hooked up.
Okay, so let's look across the diodes then. One probe on either side of the diode. And then I'll turn mine back on so we can compare.
Well, I gotta get this. I gotta get this in tune first.
Oh, we're pretty close now.
Golly, this looks like a mess.
All right, there we go.
What am I at here? Let me measure this frequency, because I know this box will do much higher frequency, but I don't remember.
I can tell from the tone of it, you're under 2K. You're like probably like 1100 hertz or something.
Should be like 100 over 100 kilohertz, which it is. It's at one cycle is right at 100. It's supposed to be a 0 to 100 kilohertz box, so it is.
Are you at 100 kilohertz right now? Because that doesn't sound like 100 kilohertz. I must be hearing a
That-
lower harmonic.
You can't hear it now. Oh, you're hearing the gating.
Yeah, I'm hearing the gating.
See, if I turn gating off, can't hear it anymore.
Right.
So look, this is with gating off. Let me go back down in my frequency. Now I'm using the right amount of current. See, I'm getting some nice little pulses here, you know, but nothing like... I guess I am on 2 volts per division and I'm not touching the wire, you know.
I'd like to see it down by like.
But see the ring?
Yeah.
The ring's a lot faster than that.
What's the amplitude on the ring right?
Huh?
Yeah. What's the amplitude on the ring right?
The amplitude? Well, I'm at 2 volts per division.
Are they scaling?
No. Yes. Yes, they are. But the gate, the input, The nice square wave is um, it's directly connected.
I'm sorry.
It's directly connected. The blue trace is not directly connected.
Okay. No, now I understand.
But you know, I'm not getting a single point where my amplitude is great. I can see like right there's good, right there's good, but you know I should measure. I mean, it should be that ring,
I mean, I'm seeing rings.
so I should be able to measure the ring, but I just
You're not getting a nice resonance.
no. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You know, this is let's see that. Measure this one. That's like 10 kilohertz. That was where I was earlier. So let me bring it up to 10 kilohertz and play with it in that time frame.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Flip the probe to the insulation between L1 and the anode of the cell.
Hold on. See, I will. It's right there. See it?
Yeah.
That's right where I want to be. So you want it to be in between L1 and what?
The anode of the cell. Just flip it to the insulation and let's just see if you get a nice ring.
That's it right there.
Right. So now it's not super clean. I don't know why.
You've probably got a real nice coil there. You've got a real nice cell. You've got a real nice square wave.
Yeah, but yeah. Look at this weird, like, you see this weird, like, pause?
Yeah, that's the time between.
But I'm not gating at all in this entire thing.
You don't have to. But you're gating in the sense that they're square waves and then they have off time, and that's.
Yeah, but off on. See that this on waveform has nothing. This off waveform has a bunch of crap. This on waveform has a bunch of crap. This off waveform has a bunch of crap. Then this on waveform doesn't.
I think that the two are.
So every other waveform that it's on again, it's doing something different.
Well, can you just change your time, like your fine tune on time, until they bring it into alignment? Sometimes the signals get out of phase with each other.
You mean the frequency?
Yeah, like if you take the time. At least this is true for analog scopes. I don't know if it is for digital.
So
I see what you're seeing all the time in my scope, and I just take the time adjustment and I dial it in until it snaps into the right, scale. What I'm seeing for yours looks like, it looks right. It just looks like it's not, like it's a little bit out of line. While it's on, there's no ring. When it's off, there's ring. And so for the probe, do you have a time adjuster for the second probe?
You need to move it around, right?
Not left and right, but just like change the time scale of it.
Individually?
Yeah.
No, but I can zoom in like this.
You have like a fine tune though, where it doesn't go in huge sections like that?
No, I cannot individually change the time scale on both. Individually. I can only do amplitude.
Can you do both of them though? Like fine tune the time scale for both of them?
So if I move the time scale, both of the time scales always sync up. I cannot do different time scales per each channel.
Okay. I'm just wondering if, like, right now, every time you change the time, it goes in, it's pretty significant time change. I'm wondering if you can do it, like, you can scale it, or if it doesn't work that way.
Well, I mean, you're talking about each individual channel, yeah?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about just both of them, but just making very minute changes. Anyway,
I think
I can
from
only
last-
do. I'm stuck to these right here.
Okay, cool. So let's look at it then. Let's look at it. Go in a
Like
little more.
I can't fine tune the scaling like you can. I'm stuck
Okay,
to.
cool. Let's
I'm
stop
stuck
right
to
there. Or actually go out one more. Okay, so we see okay, see how it, right when the first pulse that turns off, you got ringing, and that looks good.
this little.
Now,
Oh yeah.
now the thing is that when the next pulse comes on,
Yeah.
it doesn't overwhelm it. It just keeps ringing right through it. It doesn't even hear it. I wonder if you turn the amplitude up on that square wave, you probably get a different effect.
Well, I'm getting. I mean, on the output. What is that? Something is not right with this second channel. What is that floating around?
Make your, you want to pick up those? Okay. Ask them if they want crazy bread or what they want.
Yeah, what's that yellow one now?
I'm just measuring. Oh, that's because my ground isn't connected. Okay. I was wondering why it was a chaotic mess, but it was just because my ground wasn't connected. And this is, let's see, that goes to, oh, that's just an extra output.
I was thinking about the resistance on that 36 that I'm going to be winding, and since I'm not really dealing with any current, I'm just dealing with voltage. Probably doesn't matter.
I mean, the only thing you're looking for is just to raise the amplitude up.
Yeah, amplitude. And I guess but if when it's resonant, the DC resistance won't matter at all.
The difference, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think so. You should be able to do it however you want, as long as you can get the induced pulse into that other coil through the core. It doesn't. I just don't think it matters.
Well, I thought your earlier point about the resistance and my fine gauge wire was that I might not, that it might slow me down in terms of getting high amplitudes. I was thinking about it. I don't know. I was just thinking about it and thinking it doesn't matter. Ooh, what's that?
Well, I have more switches on here. I just noticed. I'm trying to figure out what these switches do.
Go leave it right there for me. And
That looks right.
That looks right. Now
See this? See this? What am I doing here? Let me change this frequency now. This is probably high and low. That's what that is. This is low frequency and this is high frequency. So I have. Oh yeah, that's all it was. This is just the pulse. This is just the pulse on the first.
Ooh.
That's the off.
Yeah.
But see, that should be the. Let me stop this. That should be the resonant frequency, you know.
It is the resonant frequency.
But and it's probably 10 right at 10. It's gonna be right at 10 kilohertz. That's what I was playing
Those
with.
oscillations are the resonant frequency.
I know, and that's probably right at 10 kilohertz. I don't know, maybe not. Yeah, it is. No, that's at 25. Let me adjust it to that. Let me adjust the on time to that. Or can I? Yeah, I can. Well, there you go.
Nice amplitudes.
There we go.
Oh,
There
yeah.
we go.
Now we're in business. No, scale that. I want to see that.
Well, I'm still only at that's 1 volt per division right there. That's on the
1
capacitor.
volt.
That's on the capacitor though. That's what the.
You'll see your, well, at least I see my biggest amplitudes between L1 and the cell.
Look at that funny looking thing. Let me turn this gating on. Why is it so horrid? Let me get this triggering a little better. I mean, that's it, but it's still not very big amplitude. What? I don't know why you're cutting out, but I can't hear you. It's like feedback from my end to your end or something. Keep talking.
I'm just saying there's a lot of noise, but you can take adjust your core so that you can clean up the negative part of those pulses.
This here?
The stuff underneath the average 0, yeah.
Clean these up?
Well, if you use the inductor.
Yeah. Which one am I adjusting? The secondary, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, the other one.
Primary?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then you can get rid of a lot of that stuff underneath and make it more unipolar.
But that changes my resonant frequency. See, I can tune it. I can leave it at whatever frequency I want and tune this.
Yeah.
You know what I should do? I'm gonna mess this up. I'm gonna bring these way in, because I want to play with this at a slightly lower frequency because I have more control over it. So let me. This should be quite a low frequency that this should be adjusted to. Let me just turn the gating off for a minute. Oh, look at that, it's like modulating. Alright. See, the lower in the duct. That's just weird.
Well, I'll let you play. I looked at what to do before next Friday. Build one of these really simple ones because you're probably going to get even better results with that. At least, well, not maybe better, but the same. We'll have the same thing going on, so we can think about it the same way.
I agree.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in that box of yours, so who knows?
This box of mine works pretty well, actually. But I know what you're saying.
I'm not insulting you or the
I know. Hold on, I just don't understand.
It works very well. It makes beautiful waves, square waves, but I just want to see you get amplitudes, and that's the thing you're not seeing. So
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're absolutely right. All right, well, have a good day, my friend.
You too.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks very much. We'll work again through the week and certainly next Friday.
All right, sounds like a plan.
All right, buddy. See you.
Bye. Everybody loves somebody. That's really strange. Yellow trace on the primary. What is up with the upside down? What is up with the upside down text? What are you guys doing? Everybody keyboard from eBay. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not gonna lie, my brain hurts. And I need to clean up the other 3D printer. Because that thing's a mess. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's a disgusting, nasty mess. I ain't leaving yet. Alex is leaving. Never mind. Okay. Well, let's see here. Turn this back on. It's at 6. That's at 3 kilohertz. I'm gonna bring these. I'm gonna open these up just a little. Nuss. This thing is very hard to fine tune. I got some bubbles coming out of these tubes. It just ain't much. Let's see, which one's inverting? I have no idea what that's switched to. That's on, that's off. It's frequency. Let's try to actually measure the voltage on that. I'm gonna put this on times 10 and see if we can blow it up. Hopefully we don't. There's the real voltage. It's about 64 volts. Peak to peak. See if we can get it any better. Why is it so high though? I'm just gonna let it sit here like this for a while. inductance, lower the voltage. I mean, lower the frequency. That's not really playing true right here. Such a high frequency. It is not. Oh yeah, it is. What? Pork. Nice. I'm gonna stick this other probe on this ground. Set it right here. That's pretty good, actually. Those are out of phase, so these should be in phase. This should be what happened? It should be out of phase. So therefore this should be in phase. Right? Oh, look at that. I'm seeing some mess. Oh, my brain. I really want to do... I got some things I need to accomplish today, which you guys can still watch. I can really kill it or make it good. I mean, when it really starts doing stuff like that right there, it like just sounds weird. Maybe I need to change. So maybe that's what that's inverting. Oh, it's 50%. That's why I can't change that. So it would appear. Maybe that might be part of the conclusion. I don't know, Matt. Life is interesting. Every day is different. Look, I'm just gonna let this sit here. I'm definitely like, these bubbles can't come from nowhere. It takes a while, but eventually some bubbles start showing up. I would like to see what it looks like with this here. And this here. That's across there. And what happens if I connect this? It kills like the effect. Are you at work, Matt? You can't be doing this at work, you know. It's not right. Fish waves. You're slacking. That's 52 volts. Check getting longer. Actually, you know what? That was on times 10 scale. That was not 52 volts. That was 500 volts. Check it out. 600 volts across the cell. Earth ground though, that's the other problem. It needs to really be to this ground. It's still pretty high. Off to the dungeon. Look, that should be producing some. There should be some gas coming from this thing. In theory, I'm not quite to that voltage, I guess, but it just looks that way. Wow, that's at 12 volts. Still times 10. Right. There. So I'm reading like... That's still pretty high voltage. Just nowhere near I think I should see. I'm just gonna let it sit here and eat away. We'll watch for bubbles. You tell me if you see any. I gotta go work on the 3D printer. But I'll bring you with me. Let's see. Ooh, that's terribly out of focus, isn't it? There we go. See, I'm gonna have to bring the scope shot camera with me. So what will I do? We'll just leave it like this, shall we? How is everyone doing today? I need to eat more Cheez-Its. Actually, I'm gonna go see what's over in the house. I'll be right back. Blah, blah. Who's all here? I'm gonna eat some chicken and rice. I raided the fridge today. I forgot. What happened to my... Matt, are you at work? I didn't see your reply. No classes today. You're home? That ain't right. You know what? I'm gonna play this on here. So, there's this band, and they're called Black Mill, and they're pretty awesome. And I'm gonna play it for you, and you're gonna like it. And I'll give you the link to listen to it on your own. But I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it right here anyway. And so, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna get to listen to it. Probably with an echo. Because I'm feeding it to you directly.
When the Galaxy Note launched in 2011, it was ahead of its time. And naturally, when things are...
I'm working on getting ready of the ads on my live stream. Until then, you're just gonna have to be patient. I think I got any gas over here. There's some small bubbles in there. I'm going to sit here and talk to you. Oh, whatever. How was that? Yeah, exactly, Fire Pinto. They don't tell you that when you're streaming, do they? It's really irritating. Is my music still laudable? If you get some really, really nice earphones and listen to this and listen to the detail that went into these songs, it's pretty amazing. Magnetic gas, what about it? I got some in a bottle, I just haven't used it yet. Deuterium. Heavy water. What keeps the gas from gobbing all together? Well, here's the problem with this whole thing. If magnetic gas is made out of lattice, and the lattice is that small, then how are you going to induce a charge into a coil that fast? I just don't see that working out. So, you align it, by the way, Matt. You're supposed to align it first with magnets as it goes into the unit. And it will stay that way for a period of time anyway, supposedly. But if the lattice is an atom big, how are you supposed to induce a magnetic field if the lattice is an atom big into a coil that's 10,000 times bigger than it? It doesn't make sense. It's like they need to be clusters or something. Think about this. I'm thinking about it. He said it could be a fluid. Okay. I've got steam right here. Compress it into a bottle. Yep. Bottle's still steam, I presume. Compress the steam into a bottle. Knock it with a tap button across it like the lid is magnetizing a permanent magnet. Here's the steam now a magnet. I could try that, but the problem with the steam is it's going to turn back into a solid form and either create a really strong vacuum in that vial or implode it. So my question is, how do I keep the steam? And why steam? Just because it's made out of water? Water though is polarized, like it's balanced. Pressure. You mean the pressure keeps it steam? I thought it was the other way around. This is really good. So, let's see. How about water in a liquid form? Put it in a vial, try to magnetize it. Just water in liquid form. When you dump a cap into it and make it become a magnet, I don't think you can permanently magnetize water. You can temporarily magnetize hydrogen-oxygen gas, which is what I believe Stan was trying to do. very fine bubbles coming out of it. So the process is working. I just need to figure out how to amplify it. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna do something. I need to get the right material. I'll do that next week. Supposedly those folks in Michigan got kids EPG working. So it must not be a trick we couldn't figure out. Now the question is, who did you hear that from? I will call up Ron, the guy who owns the stuff, right now and ask him if that's true. I can almost guarantee you that that is incorrect. Where did you hear that? I will talk to this person. Okay. I'm going to give you somebody's number, Matt. And I want you to make the phone call. Okay? I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm going to email it. And I want you to call this guy. He owns this stuff. And it's gone. Don't tell him I sent you. Although if you'd like to, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Tell him Sterling Allen. Sterling Allen sent you. Okay, Matt? I think we should be able to open it. It's on its way. Give him a ring. I'll even, look, Sterling told me to call this guy, so I'm just relaying the message to you, and you can call him for me, on my behalf. Don't mention me. Let me know when you get the email. I'm waiting a response. I talked to him at the conference. He'll answer. Tell him you know something and you want to help him out. He'll call you back. Or tell him you're a research scientist who wants to just verify something. It's probably gonna kick it back to me. That's what it's been doing. So look, I'm at 0.02 amp. I would like to see if these are in phase. got it. And then you said I didn't. You're confusing me. Oh, by the way, Matt, I'm designing and wire EDMing. I'll show you. Wait till it's done. I know I saved it, but this thing crashed. Oh, it's on my flash drive, which is in my other computer. Save the text, not the file. You are going to call Ron, aren't you? Questions. It's going to be very entertaining. I'm going to enjoy it a lot. You should record it by any other mistake. Otherwise, I'll call myself. I don't want to do that. find the code. I did. It's up in the up. It's up there. I already posted. Silly. Where did it go? I know I posted it. There it is. 141006. Take a look. What else do you need? You got it. What else do you need? I'm telling you, you could sit and just listen to this all day. I listen to it all day when I can. This has almost like all their music in it too, that one YouTube link. And there's some remixes in there which are okay. But there's some towards the end of this where you get some really nice headphones and you just listen to the tracks and the bass and the effort that's put into all the different stuff. I think there's more going on than most people think. Some of these songs are pretty cool. Where is one? Let's see. Good. Let's save the code. God, I can't believe that though. I would fire the EDM machine, but I'm not. I don't have much time. I want to clean that other printer. Yeah, it's almost 3 hours. It's like all the music. You listen to it with me for a while. You'll know that there's a few bits you may not like, but it's all very similar. You should like pretty much all of it. Ow, the bone. My chicken. Imagine that. I broke my tooth. Okay. So, the code for that cut is only 55 lines long. It's too funny. Yeah, I just got stuff right on my there are bubbles in there, and they just don't come from nowhere. This one's pretty slow. No, Kane. I won't do it. I'm not saying anything important. I turned it down a little. Here, I can turn my mic up louder. How's that? Just mumbling. Nothing important. Alright, let's clean this printer. It's that easy. Not enough. Oh man. There, you're on your own. It's a good balance now. I can see my audio levels going out, and I'm definitely louder than the music. %. Oh yeah, Jimmy crack corn. He's not Gary. Alright, let's see if I can not disconnect this camera while I move you across the room. Finish cleaning this printer. Golly, I don't know what's leaking and where, but ugh, I hate this stuff. It's nasty. Nasty, I tell you. Go clean this off too. Won't take me but a minute. Oh, so gross. I got my constant output AC supply running good though. So I'll be making lots and lots of filament once I get my winder slightly more complete. Still want to finish the winding jig. The spooler. I'll finish the auto spooler before I really start making lots of filament. And I kind of want to cook everything up a little better for calibration purposes. I'm very far away from the chat, but I'll check it every once in a while. Doesn't this look amazingly good and yummy? Fun? Awesome? I'm actually going to put some safety glasses on in case stuff goes flying everywhere. Because some of it's hardened. leaking. Yummy. I just finally got this thing working. And now it's got all sorts of problems. With the resin not doing what it's supposed to, which is bleed out the bottom. Instead it just runs everywhere. It's just great. I do not like this printer. Even when it works good. Still don't like it. I'll stick to my ABS any day. Even though it's more difficult to print out certain objects. The fun thing about this printer is that the whole bottom of this printer is completely electronics. There's a computer inside of this thing. Why would you put your computer inside the printer? If any of this stuff leaks down there, it's gotta ruin it. It's just got to. It's nasty as it is. isopropyl alcohol to clean this thing. And I had to get this. I had a thermocouple, which was just a thermistor. Only like $350 for it. It was in a little housing that was sealed so it could be in the resin. It's in a little glass capsule. I wanted $300 something. I took it apart, resoldered it, and stuck it back in there. Forget that. Spend that kind of money on this. It's ridiculous. I know the resin is outrageous. And at this rate, even worse. Set this whole thing out in the sun and all this stuff will harden. Blah, blah, blah. It's all over the screw for this axis. It won't even move.
no idea where all this runs down to. It's gotta go somewhere. I can't get to the bottom of it. See if it makes it all the way up this time. sucking it up or what? We'll get to the bottom of it. There's this fancy mirror that you can put down here. It's running over that edge, dripping. Telephone. Hello. Hi. Bah. More to my dude. To do this. See, this tree is not full. But it obviously ran down the side quite nicely. Why would it do this? I wonder if the scraper blade's not working right. I have to replace it. I think I've got a spare. If I can find it. Has to be the bottom. There's nothing else. I don't quite know how it's held on here though. I guess just by these magnets. Kind of crazy. It's just by these magnets. There's a pin in there. See if I can just flip it around. No, I can't flip it around. Little blade. Definitely running down there, I think. Just don't know how yet.
Hey. Maybe we'll see if we've got another one of these somewhere. Try to clean the bottom of this a little first. Oh yeah, I need to go see if I can find that part.
Burn my lungs on the cold, get so high, but I feel low, and I should know to back away, but only have the strength to stay. Well, you taste like whiskey and you smell like smoke, drowning in your words as soon as you spoke. Try to find a different direction, I'm drawn to you, my new obsession. No one's taking me away the way you did. No one's taking me away. Clouded my mind, my time, my limelight, delayed me from flying, unable to see from wrong to right, unable to see from wrong to right. Trying to find a different direction, I'm drawn to you, my new obsession.
Clark! Clark, I'm talking to people, yes. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other people. No, I saw it somewhere. No. right there. Oh, I can't help you there. They took it with them. Maybe. I found the knives. Supposed to be 3 of them. They might take it with them. They went down to the spa. I thought there was only one maybe. Call Jose. No, I would call Jose and see if they took it with them. Because if it's here somewhere. Different size pen. So you can't put it on backwards. Interesting. I hope this fixes my problem. It's magnetic. Cool but dangerous. Easy. Stretch it. Gee whiz, that sucks. This better fix my problem. What? Reading the mail.
little talette things that I'm supposed to use. Leave no length. I'll use one of these. Okay. Wipe the front off. Make sure the stuff sits in there all the way. Still has problems, I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's just not sucking it fast enough. Oh, those are like fiber optic cables. These are fiber optic cables. Huh, interesting.
myself too. I'm calling it done. I'll try to print again since I got a new blade on there. Hope that works. I hate cleaning up such a big mess. I'm gonna go power wash this block of stuff inside here. A little glove box. Power wash these parts clean. Let's do a pattern test. Sure, perform a pattern test. What? Yes, this machine sucks. And it's already 3:30. I've got 5 other things to do today. And I'm leaving at 4. I better get them done. So, I'm gonna put this stuff away and take care of my other business. I guess I should put this back on. It's kind of important. Machine is horrible. Horrible. Not a fan of it. The wire EDM machine is so much more fun. This thing's just a mess. I'll leave it like that for now, even though it's a bit of a mess. Alright guys, show's over I guess. I'm gonna go pick my things up and take care of a few other pieces of business before I leave. But I'm still 3D printing, so I'll let it run for now till I leave. Audio's going off, music will play. It was fun. Now I'm done. Peace.
tangled up with me, and I lost my head. I thought of all the stupid things I'd said.
coming round and now my vision is so clear. If I could change my state of mind, then I would disappear. The love I get from you is something I can't chance, and I could let you slip away without a second glance. Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life? Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life?
This is like a flashback. This is like a dream. This is like all the things you can fit inside a memory. This is like a flashback. This is like a dream. This is like all the things you can fit inside a memory. This is like a flashback.
I'm coming round and now my vision is so clear. If I could change my state of mind, then I would disappear. The love I get from you is something I can't change.